Check. Hey. Hey, everybody. Welcome back. Another Gravity Ace dev stream. It's Saturday morning, November 6th. It's 6:30 in the morning. Hey, Slacks. Yeah, 3.4 is out. I was reading the change log last night. I think we're going to upgrade today on stream. We'll see what happens. I don't expect it'll be bad. It should be fine. But you never know what you're going to run into. There's going to be some weird stuff probably. It's a big upgrade. How you doing? How was your week? How was Friday? I have just a teeny tiny itty bitty little hangover right now. Nothing that a little coffee and water won't fix. I was not out last night. I was working. But I was doing, yeah, I was working. But I also had some, just a normal amount of beer. All right. Excuse me. I'm still getting rearranged here. I'm still getting set up. Turn that off. Turn that on. All right. Let's look and see what we're dealing with here. I have been drinking, so in America, especially over here on the West Coast in California, IPAs have taken over the world. Can't go anywhere without getting an IPA. But I'm not a huge fan, personally. And then they try to top each other. There's double IPAs, triple IPAs. Stone Brewery is out here. They're in San Diego. Excuse me. And they make a triple IPA, I think, called Arrogant Bastard. That pretty much sums it up. But I like a good hef. I like a amber. I like some Japanese beer. But I also like hazy IPAs. Hazy IPAs are my new favorite. What is this? That's the wrong thing. I literally woke up 15 minutes ago. It's taken me just a minute to get the sleep out of my head. Hey, Fines. Welcome. Stout dark beer, yeah. I used to drink Guinness. I mean, I'll still drink a Guinness once in a while. Yeah. Okay, so where we were last time was we were debugging and fixing a bunch of global coordinate issues. Those all got committed. This is annoying. I hope they fix this. Look at this. 0. What the heck? That's wrong, isn't it? Oh, I see what happened. this animation changes the scale. Yeah. Don't need that. All right, we've got the boss guy here. You make the sprite sheets separate scenes. That's interesting. Plenty of experimentation goes on with stouts. Yeah. I live right near, there's probably a dozen breweries within 3 miles of my house. I'm not joking. They call it the Orange County Beer Trail. Just runs right through my town. So I try lots of weird experimental beers. There's a place near me that all they do is they experiment with sours. All kinds of sours. There's another place a couple miles from here that does slushy beer, like a frozen, thing, like a blended frozen drink, but it's beer. Yeah, I mean, I'll try anything once. We went out with some friends a couple weeks ago, and we just had flight after flight after flight of weird beer. I think that frame animation thing, I read something where they're adding something called a reset track to every animation player. And the reset track will get called when you save the scene, it resets. So it's always saving to that reset track. I don't know. It seems like I haven't tried it. I don't know. It seems a little like a strange solution, but I guess it would work. I guess that would work. So let's see. We have our boss. I think his scale is right. I think the functionality of all the enemies attached to him works now. Yikes. Whoop. Yikes, that was close. Who we got? All right, now back to the boss. I think I want to try and add shields to these guys real quick. So we'll pull this. Oh, let's get that functionality working first. Let's get this shield, this reactor core retrieval functionality working. Because when I free these, I want them to beam out automatically. Like the mothership is nearby. Let's do that. So I think the way I'm going to do that is just copy how I do it in here. How do I do it in here? Now I see. I wish I was smarter. I can't remember how I did this before. When you exit a level, a couple of tractor beams come down from the sky and they beam you out. But I don't remember where that code is or how it works. Let's see, beam out. That's the function. Beam out plays. Okay, let's look at beam out. Let's look at beam out. Beam out. Ah, there's a beam out beam. There's a beam out beam scene. So I create the beam out beam. I play the beam out beam. Add the object as a child. Object. What is object? Oh, okay. That's the player or whatever. I think, yeah, I just want this code here, basically. What is beam out beam? Cool. Does it just work somehow by magic? How does this work? It doesn't do anything. It's just a beam. Creates the beam out beam, and then tractor beam. Oh, I see. It's a trick. It's a trick. When you beam the tractor beam out, the tractor beam gets added as a child of the reactor core. And then the reactor core gets a force added that just shoots it straight up. And because the beam is attached to it, the beam goes up as well. So it looks like the beam is pulling the object up, but actually the object is pushing the beam up. It's funny. Hey, Illusion, welcome back. Welcome back. All right, so in here, I'm going to call, let's just create a function beam out. Okay, we'll add that there. I'm going to turn that, delete that. Call this reactor. Oops. Reactor. Okay. And reactor. And yeah, let's add that signal. All right. So now I can beam out the reactors. I have some code to beam out the reactor. And I would beam out the reactor when? Yeah, interesting question. Reactors have some signals. I want to... I want to beam the reactor when the player pulls it off of the platform and has moved away a little bit. But I want to put the code for that in the boss. Maybe, here's what the boss will do. Maybe the boss needs to make a list of all the reactors that are attached to it and see how far away those reactors are from itself. And then if those reactors are far enough away, then beam them up. Yes, I think. Let's try. Let's try that. So and the reason I'm putting this in the boss object is because just because of the way my game's structured. If I had a different scene for each level, I could put the code in the scene, and that might be easier. But I don't. I don't have a separate scene for each level. I have one scene, and the level data is just loaded in. And the level data doesn't have any way of tracking or adding special code like that. Although I suppose I could add, I could add this code to the main game loop. But then it'd have to do something like if there's a boss. I don't want to do that. Yeah, I think just putting it here in the boss code, it makes the most sense because that's what these generators are. These reactor cores are. So let's do this. Let's create an array. This array needs to keep track of all the reactors. Right? And the first thing we're going to do is or do these have a group? They do. For reactor in get nodes group get groups is in group, add to group, remove from group, get tree dot group, get nodes in group. Get nodes in group. It finds it, but group, I'm getting nothing. Get nodes. Okay, whatever. Like that, right? So it's going to find all the reactors in the game in this level, and it's going to say reactors dot append, and I'm going to say I'm going to create a dictionary, and I'm going to say reactor start position, right? So I'm going to record the starting position of each reactor as soon as this boss is ready and it's in the world. And when the boss is ready, this parent object, when this parent object is ready, all of its children will also already have been ready. So everything should be in the game. It will iterate through all of these generators, the reactor cores, and add them to this array. Let's do weak ref. Weak ref is a little trick. If you store a reference to an object, it won't be cleaned up. It won't be erased from the game. There's a hard reference to it, but a weak reference will allow the object to be deleted even with this reference to it because it's a weak reference. But then you have to do a little bit of shenanigans to get the actual object from the weak reference. It's not hard. I'll show it here in a minute. It allows you to keep referencing the object without worrying about, well, I mean, you still have to worry about it a little bit. It feels right. I'm going to do this. All right. So then think I want a timer. Let's call this beam out timer. Oops. It's a timer node, but we'll call it beam out timer. And the beam out timer will run every second, sure, why not? And it will fire its timeout method. All right, so the timeout, every second, the boss is just going to check for reactor in reactors, right? This is that array we created up here, right? For each of these, for each of these, R is our data. And then reactor equals data dot reactor. How does this? I forgot how this works. Get ref. Right? Get ref. So this reactor is a weak reference. And get ref gives you the object, the actual object that the weak reference is pointing to. But then I still need to say if reactor, if I still have to do this, right? Is valid instance. Is instance valid reactor? That's fine. Still feels right. Yeah, that still feels right. Because if the scene changes, right? If the scene changes, I don't know. There could be things that happen where this array would cause memory to be reserved every time you restarted the level. But with the weak reference, that won't happen. So this is safety, I guess. This is how we're doing it. Waving my hands. So then we check if the instance is valid, and this does stuff like, you know, has the thing been queued, queue freed, hasn't been deleted, you know, we're all good. Then, so now we know it's a good instance and we can do something with it. We can say if reactor dot global position dot distance, no. Let's get the start position. Start position equals data dot start position. That'll be a vector 2. And then I can say we can say if start position dot distance to reactor dot global position greater than 100, then we can beam out our reactor. Let's see if it works. Oh, I'm getting the reference here. So that's wrong. Let's try this again. Whoop. They've already beamed out because the whole thing is moving. Look at them go. Okay, so I don't want the beam out timer to work if I'm in edit mode. If game.is edit mode return, right? I want that to happen. Put that here too, just in case. Right, now they won't beam out in edit mode. Oh, that's funny. There they go. If I beam it out, then I probably also want to... remove that. I want to remove the reactor from that, from this array. That way it won't beam it out again. Yeah. So to do that, I think I need an index here. Yeah, this will be for I in range reactors dot size, and then data equals reactors I, right? And then here I can say reactors dot remove I, and then I can break here. So I'll only beam out one reactor per second. Even if a couple break loose, I'm just going to beam out one at a time. Let's see. Here's one, here's two. All right, so this whole starting position thing, I think it needs to be not global position, but it needs to be a local relative position. It needs to be its position relative to the boss, and that's what that is. And so that's the relative position, and then this is its current relative position. And now it won't beam out as the boss moves. Oops. But if I move it, it will beam out. Okay. Just gonna kill that guy first. He's too dangerous. Alright, now I can beam you out. There it goes. Oh, oh! It's taking me with it. Okay. That's interesting. I wonder if I should leave it. Because if it pulls me along, right? It's just taking me for a ride. Yeah, I end up leaving the combat zone. Maybe I need to say game.player. Dot. What is that? That's what I want. Turn off the player's tractor beam. So I turn that off myself, and then this one I'll let the game turn off. Yep. Let me try that again. Oof. I think after it turns it off, if I'm quick, I can still reattach to it. Yep. So I want to also say beam out dot remove from group beamable. So now it won't be reactor remove from group beamable. So now the reactor won't be in the beamable group, and I won't be able to re-beam it after my tractor beam gets turned off. Let's see if that works. Okay, that was a mess. Oh, whoops. How did that happen? Oh, wow. Its shield goes down. It ran into an asteroid. That's a problem. Yeah, I can't reattach to it. That's good. But if its shield is down, it could run into things. That's not good. Yeah, it can die. I think these almost need to be like special reactor cores. Or maybe the reactor cores, I need to put them in boss mode or something. Oh, man, it's cold. Hold on a second. Mm. It's chilly here in California. All right, so the reactor cores, I need them to have lots of health so they don't blow up on their way out. What I should probably do is give them maybe, yeah, you know what I need to do is add some more signals to the reactor cores. Let's do this. Let's go into the reactor core, and if I add a signal here that says, well, he has a beamed signal, and beamed gets called or emitted when it's attached to the player, right? Right. But this won't actually get called when it beams out of the level. Because that beam out beam, it's purely visual. It's just the beam. It doesn't do anything. Well, let's see. How would I do this? If I had the boss here, what I would like is to have some signal here that says the tractor beam has exited the world. It's gone. This is programming, just staring at the screen for long periods of time without blinking until the solution arrives. I feel like I'm so close to this. So close. What if I did this? Let's do a little simpler. What if I just said on the generator, on the reactor, I just add a function here that says beaming out, right? And when it's beaming out, I can say collision disabled equals true. It won't collide anymore. Yeah? And Yeah, and then I can start a timer. A timer? Is a timer the right way? Yeah, let's start a timer. We'll call it beam out timer. And the beam out timer will last for 3 seconds. And the beam out timer will say emit signal beam out complete. Beam out timer dot start. Signal beam out complete. Right? And then back here in boss, I can connect that beam out signal. Right? Beam out complete. I can connect it here. And I'll connect you to that same one. Generator 3. Connected to the same signal. And you will connect to the same signal like that. And here I can say, do something amazing. Like I might have the lieutenant say something, right, whenever this happens. Or actually, on the boss should have a signal. Yeah, the boss should have a signal. That's what I should do. Signal reactor saved, right? Like that. Yeah, because then I can go into my editor and on the boss I have a, no, where's my, oh, I need an export variable. Reactor saved. Yeah. Now I can go into my level editor and I can connect that reactor save to some dialogue. Let's add a dialogue. This is kind of a problem, but I'm thinking too far ahead. The problem I'm thinking of is this dialogue will only get triggered once. And it won't be random. Yeah, I don't think I want to do it this way. So we'll say have LT say something awesome. We'll do it that way. And this can just through code instantiate the dialogue and have the LT say something amazing. I'll have a bunch of phrases here that she can say, and it'll be wonderful, wonderful and beautiful. So what we're looking for here is a print statement. And that he doesn't collide. He collided. And I didn't let him escape, so there's no print statement. I failed both tests. Printed nothing. Why not? Oh, because I never called beaming out. I never called beaming out. Beaming out, beaming out, beaming out, beaming out. Reactor dot beaming out. Okay, let's try that again. Doesn't collide anymore. Yep, perfect. And there it is. All right. So if I get it just a little bit away, well, that's not enough. Nothing happens. But if I take it far enough away, it'll fly right through me. Can't shoot it. Nothing happens. It gets beamed out. LT says something awesome again. All right. Let's change the timer. Let's make this a little longer. Let's make it 5 seconds. Because I want the trail to completely go off the screen before it, disappears. And just for pacing, right? So here I am. Oh, in the thick of battle, pulling this thing. Oh, look, they got it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. LT's message appears. You did a great job. Now go get another one. All right, LT. Here's another one. I got another one. Woo! All right, you got another one. Congratulations. You're doing great. Oh, no. Woohoo! All right. And then this code can keep track of whether, if it was the last one, say something different than if it was the first one. Because this code has access to the reactors array, which has a list of all the reactors that need to be saved. So this works. This works good. All right. We're getting there. Hey, Nathaniel, welcome. We are getting there. Let's see. Should I just commit this? Probably should. It's so annoying. Beam out timer. So what I'm thinking now is, does this addition affect the rest of the game in some way? And I don't think it does. Hey, Melodious. Thanks for the follow. Melodious Pendragon. That's a cool name. That is a wizard name, if I've ever heard one. Or a bard? Melodious. Maybe a musical wizard? So this timer does not start automatically. So in the rest of the game, this won't get called, which means this function won't get called because it's only called by that signal. And this beam out complete signal will never get emitted. Just playing the game the way it is. So the existing functionality of the generator does not change. So that's safe. This, I should write a better comment. Let's write a better comment. Thingies. Collide with thingies. No. structures. Structures, enemies, and the world. Collide with enemies, structures, and the world. Move that. So again, this is the code for detecting if I'm flying out of the world, and it does that by doing a collision every second or so, and it just checks if I'm within 800 pixels of an enemy, a structure, or the world, which is cave walls. And if I am, then we're in the combat zone. But if I'm not, then we are out of the combat zone, and it does some stuff. So I made the comment better. There we go. And what is this? That's the boss. Okay. So let's do these as separate commits. So this is changed collision for detecting if player is out of the combat zone. This was added special beam out logic for reactor cores. And then this is boss 1 draft work in progress. All right. 7 deadly sins. Oh, my phone just beeped because I made a commit. I'm like, who's on my Discord? It me. There's a tweet from Remy. Soft launching Godot 3.4 stable because his release blog post isn't ready yet. It's big. It's feature-packed. It's ready to download and use. Tons of niceties backported from the 4.0 development branch for your current 3.x projects. I mean, maybe I should wait for 3.4.1. Nah, let's not do that. Why would we do that? It's fine. All right, so this is a good place to do that. So if you're not using source control, please do. It just makes your life so much easier, because now with my working tree clean, and I've made some commits and I've pushed everything out there, right? This is on GitHub, I think. And it's all, I have it all local as well. Now I can upgrade to 3.4, make a bunch of changes to the code. And if 3.4 doesn't work for me, if there's some problem and I want to just go back to my old version, then I can just revert all the changes that got made, delete 3.4, and it's like it never happened. And I don't have to go through any backup copy shenanigans or anything like that. I just hit this button, discard all changes, and it's like it never happened. It's a beautiful thing. 3.4 is out now. Let's go download it. I just saw a tweet from, oh wow, look at that. Ooh, fancy. It's pretty cool. Toy factory fixer. That's cool. I backed this guy. Helms of Fury. I backed this project. They were, I think, 75% funded now. They're not asking for a lot. Yeah, 12 grand. They're almost there. This is another Godot game. I'm backing them partly because I like the game. The game looks really cool. But also I wanted to see how they're running their Kickstarter. So I'm getting all their updates and everything. So it's kind of research as well. I mean, look at that. That's so juicy and cool. It's like, I mean, I love Nuclear Throne. And yeah, this looks good. I can't wait to play this. But I'm also doing research on Kickstarters, see how they run it. I'm thinking of doing a Kickstarter for my next thing. So good. So I'm getting all their updates. I'm just kind of seeing how they do it. It's kind of a research thing. All right. GodotEngine.org. Download 3.4. Let's get it. Oh, you guys can see it. There it is. All right. Now, where is that? Where do I put that thing? I think I put it in here. Yeah. So I'm just going to copy that here. Close you. Make it executable. Okay, good. And then change my Godot 3 link to 3.4. Just double check, make sure my tree is clean. Quit. Restart it. 3.4 stable official. Here we go. Ooh, look at that. Do I like it? I don't know. Maybe? Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Okay. I'm down with that. That's cool. Looks pretty much the same. We got to go through the changelog. So with a big update like this, there are changes that I don't notice right away that are going to cause me problems. No, I thought I saw, maybe it's on GitHub. Here we go. All right. All right. Listener 2D. It's just a new node. I don't know what it does. It shouldn't affect anything in the game. 2D viewport scale factor. What is that? Interesting. 2D scale factor. Is that in the camera? It must be in a camera, right? Is it this? Okay, well, I don't think that affects the game. 3D doesn't affect the game. This is Ubuntu 20, I think. 2004. LTS. I'll upgrade again in 22. 2204. Animation reset track feature. All right. Let's look at my animation player. I don't have one there. Let's look at... This guy has some. Okay. How do I... Calm down, John. Is there documentation for any of this stuff yet? Maybe I should be looking at the docs. Reset track. Animation player. Reset. Oh. If set to true, the scene will be saved with the effects of the reset animation applied, as if it had been seeked to time 0, then reverted after saving. See, that's cute. That will fix all the frame issues. So it's like the scene has a default pose defined by the reset animation, if any, with the editor keeping the values that the nodes had before saving. So how do I make a reset track? I don't understand how I make one. Godot animation player reset track. Here was the request. Oh, it's a track. It's not a reset animation. It's a reset track. No, this is a reset animation. All right. So the proposal was for reset tracks. But then Redoes said he's going to make a special track to avoid confusion. It'll be marked. The reset track could probably be shown as reset to distinguish it better from other tracks. Display an icon. Get reset animation. Reset on save. Extra track type. This is a bunch of commentary about the feature. Here's the implementation for the feature. Where is that button? It's automatic when you make your first keyframes. So if you already have an animation, it's not going to do anything for you. So let's say, I just delete that track. Fuel gauge, where is that? It's this, fuel gauge visible on. So if I delete that, and then I make it visible, and I put it in there. Aha. Okay. Ah. Okay. So what if I delete this? And I add new reset. Ah, it's a special name. So then in the reset animation, I can put whatever I like. So I just create a new animation called reset, put whatever I like in it, and this will be the default pose when the scene is saved. That will be cumbersome to set up. That will be cumbersome to backport to all my animations that I have in the game, but I get it. I understand. All right, so that's cool. That's a neat feature. I'm going to probably do that because I'll bet you I already have noise in here. What a nightmare. All right. I'm going to close you. I'm going to discard you. I'm going to, yeah, that's good. What changed in here? Change the format of the project. Project.godot file a little bit. That's fine, I guess. With UI stuff. I'll have to keep an eye out for that in the change log. Input mapping. Input events have changed a little bit. Apparently. All right, so that's cool, but I don't think it affects my game right now. It won't affect the gameplay anyway. I don't have any bones. Frame delta smoothing enabled by default. What is this? Frame deltas are currently measured by querying the OS each time. Random error filters the delta read from the OS by replacing it with the refresh rate delta whenever possible. Huh, interesting. So it's just kind of artificially smoothing out the frame rate due to this random kind of jitter. Nice stable deltas in VSynced games. Okay. It should be fine. I guess I'll just have to play the game and see how it feels and see if I notice any difference in the feel. Disable by default. Okay. OS data directory getter methods. What are these? Get datadir, get configdir, get cachedir. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. So this will be useful for my next project, which I don't think will be a game. It's going to be maybe it'll act kind of like an application. Yeah, so on Windows, this would be a different dir directory than on Linux, than on Mac. These will all be different, like app data, roaming profile, whatever directories. Handy. Okay, nice. The project data directory. Project data directory. I don't think that affects me. I'm not sure what it is, but I don't think it affects me. Project data directory non-hidden. Support for XML entities. Yeah. Don't use threads. Disable printing errors. That's cool. Get locale. Fine. Okay. Pop at. Ah, interesting. So this, I could have just used this actually in my boss, right? Because I was doing this. Instead, I could do reactors dot pop at I, and then I wouldn't need that. Well, I can't do it that way, but that's a handy function because I don't do that unless this is true. Yeah, anyway, that's okay. Handy. Thread is alive. Thread. Okay. Crypto stuff. Port assignment, blah, blah, blah. Auto reload. Okay. Quick open to load resources in the inspector. What is that? Ah, I see. So now I can go into a sprite and do load, quick load. Oh, handy. Yeah, very handy. Okay. That's a nice editor feature. Create a node at a specific position. Okay. I'm actually surprised you couldn't do that already. Da, da, da. Assign a value to a property by dropping to the scene tree. Order array elements from the inspector. Okay, interesting. What is this? Another backport from 4. What just happened? He dropped a sprite under the sprite TD, dropped a texture onto the texture progress bar, and dropped a... Huh. All right, let's see. So if I have a sprite and I have an image, and I drag it up here, and then I can choose the property that I want to drop it into. Okay. Probably won't ever use that, but that's fine. Save a branch by dropping to the file system. Let's load this. So can I take this like this? I can. So I could do like this. Fuel gauge, drop it to ship. Cute. And that's different than saying save branch as seen. I mean, okay. A little. It's fine. Dragging. Add zoom support to sprite frames editor plugin. I don't even know what that is. So when you're doing like a animated sprite, you can zoom in and out on it now. Okay. Up, down keys to increment, decrement value in the editor spin slider. Yeah, works. Camera orbiting shortcuts. That's probably a 3D thing. Copy the group name. Great. History navigation in the script editor using extra mouse buttons. Alt left and alt right makes it access. Okay. Okay, that's handy. Hey, by zero. All your servers are down, huh? That's a bummer. That's a bummer thing to find out on a Saturday morning. Or Saturday night or whatever time it is where you are. Okay. Okay. Warning, ignore can be on the same line as the warning. That's nice. I don't know what LSP means. I don't think, if I don't know what these mean, it probably doesn't affect me. Okay, they did change some stuff with the GUI. Let's look at the theme editor and see how that works. I've heard that they've changed it. So look at common, GUI, theme. This is the theme. Did they change it? I guess. Oh yeah, this is a little different. Okay. So what did they add to button? They added focus font color to button and derivatives. Focus font color. There it is. Font color focus. Okay, so this is nice. In previous versions of Godot, if they added a new property to a button or something, you had to like delete the button and add it back again. Now it just knows this isn't in your current theme, but you can add it to your current theme. And now it is in the theme. So that's nice. Button group, they add a pressed signal. Checkbox, they added disable theme icons. There they are. Check disabled. Radio disabled. Uncheck disabled. So I don't think I have any disabled checkboxes in the game, but I'm going to leave this like that for now. I'm not going to create the art for it. I'll just leave that because if I do ever disable a checkbox, I'll notice. Right? The button will be all wackadoo here, and I'll have to go and fix it. And that's when I'll fix it. I don't think I have any disabled checkboxes in the game right now, so I don't need to worry about it. But it's there if I need it. You can use WAF fonts now. Okay. I don't know what the advantage of a WAF versus TTF or OTF is. Great. I guess if you're a WAF font fan, now you're covered. Maybe I should be a WAF font fan and I don't know it. Graph edit changed. So the graph edit happens in my dialog editor. So let's just look at that and make sure that that still works okay. Dialog, edit dialog. Okay. Seems to be good. No problems. Scroll bar. Okay. Offset for progress texture. What is this? I use progress textures everywhere. Uh-huh. 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 Let's look at ship. Ship has a texture progress. And there's the offset. So the offset is 0, 0. Transparent margins. Okay. So as long as it's 0, 0 now, it would have been, it should be functionally equivalent to what it was before. Waffer for our web fonts. Okay. Hey, Hybrid Lizard. Waffer for the web means you can pull them down from like Google Font Directory. Yeah, I guess. Although I think you can just download any font you want from the Google Font Directory and it gives you TTF files, TTF and OTF files. You can just download them right from the Google website. So, I think WAF files might be smaller. They don't contain all the glyphs, I think. There's something like that. I'm not sure. Maybe it's a compressed format. I don't know. Don't listen to me. I guess there's a good reason you would use them for the web. Let's look at fuel gauge as well. That one, or the fuel station, because that also has a texture progress. If I change this offset, what does it do? Okay. Okay. And the health bars as well are a texture progress. Isn't it? Oh, no, it's not a texture progress. It's just a progress bar. Okay. Okay, I think that's good. Various improvements to the theme API. Great. Editor themes. Great. API, blah, blah, blah. Retrieve the default font. That could be handy. It was a pain in the neck to do it before. GLTF, WebP, texture arrays, there's a bunch of 3D stuff, texture atlas, okay. The input stuff that I noticed. Support for physical scan codes. Don't know what that means. Physical scan code seems like an oxymoron. Added action get dead zone to input map. Getting access vector values from multiple actions. Checking for exact matches with action events. Expose setters for sensor values? Setters for sensor values. You can set a sensor value? Don't know what that means. I think that's an Android thing. Flush buffered events. Input echo. Gotta look at all these. Non-Latin layout scan codes on Linux. New property is... Okay, so the existing functions were not renamed. There's a new property, physical scan code. Physical scan code is used only if the remapped scan code is 0. I don't think this affects me. This seems like... This looks like some kind of bug fix. Action get dead zone to the input map. You can set dead zone. You can get the dead zone. Okay. Cool. Input access vector values from multiple actions. What was the request? Oh, it was a request to backport. Implements and closes this proposal. All right. Yeah. I think I have code like that. In main. Yep. Yep. Right here. Okay. So what can we do to fix it? I propose we add a new method called getAccess, which lets you do this instead. Oh. Interesting. Okay, so this would be a convenience thing to make this code a little easier, but it doesn't change this code. This code should still work just fine. So I'm not going to mess with it. But now I know. Now I know I can do this. So I could go thrust right, thrust left, thrust right, thrust left with getAccess. Yeah, okay. Cool. Checking for exact matches with action events. Additional parameter to the action-related methods to test for exactness. I see. So if you have like a modifier key or something and you press Control S, if it's not exact, then, or if the action is S and you press Control S, that action S will still get triggered if it's not exact. But if it is exact and you press Control S, then it won't trigger the S action. You need to just press S by itself. Yeah, okay, that's cool. Let's make sure that those are all not exact because I want the old behavior. How do I see it? Oh, it's a property you pass in when you try to test, and by default it should be false. False. Okay, good, perfect. So the default is right. It's going to just be the old behavior where it's not an exact match and everything's good and life goes on in the universe without disrupting John's life. Great. Documentation. Love it. Sensors. I'm not using any sensors. Explicit input flush. Flush buffered events. What does that even do? Flush buffered events. Okay, cool. Interesting. Not useful for me, but cool. Input echo when changing UI focus. Change UI, but continues holding the navigation key before. Okay. Input echo is what he calls it. Okay. Great. So that input stuff I don't think bothers me. The GUI stuff doesn't bother me. The localization doesn't affect me. C# I'm not using. I'm not doing any networking. Physics. I do use a lot of physics. Let's see. Don't know what that means. It should be fine. Don't care. Height map collision shape support in physics 3D. I'm not using 3D. Support for dynamic BVH as 2D physics broad phase. I don't know what that is. I don't, those words, those are just words. I don't know what those words mean. This looks like a performance enhancement to 2D physics. So it's not a functional change. It's just a performance enhancement and shouldn't affect the game at all. We shall see. BVH. BioVision hierarchy? That's not right. Is it? This sounds more right. Bounding volume hierarchy. Bounding volume hierarchy. Interesting. All right, so that's a performance enhancement. Okay. Yeah. Fine. Great. New methods for kinematic body. What are the new methods? Get floor angle. Handy. Collision angle. Last slide collision. Handy, handy, handy. Great. Love those. Porting. Blah, blah, blah. Rendering. A ring emitter for 3D particles. Rooms and portals. Okay. Cool. I think my next game is going to be 3D. So this is interesting. Okay. Oh, you can use structs in shaders now. Cool. Oh, they made time a global. That's cool. I don't use this. Make the most recently added current camera 2D take precedence. Okay. That's cool. Yeah, that's probably right. Add node name to print of all nodes. What does that do? Print. Oh, if you're printing a node, it prints the name. Prints the name and then this reference. Groovy. Improved console error logging appearance. Well, my game doesn't ever have any errors, so I don't know what that looks like. Ah, okay. Yeah, nice, cute. Okay. Yeah. Compare T-scene order. This is useful. So this will help with noise, commit noise, where things would move around. So the order of the connections, signal connections, are deterministic now, so they shouldn't change between commits. Yeah, a lot of this stuff looks like it was backported from 4.0. So you could, this is a 3.4 stable, but it's also a 4.0 alpha, I guess. Improved 2D editor zoom logic, several actions, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's nice, nice. All these little things in the editor they added are nice. Yep. Great. Beautiful. Wonderful. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. Optimize image channel. Okay. Networking physics. Okay. Yeah. Optimization. Optimization. Okay. I honestly can't tell the difference between Schlick and whatever the old default was. It was a longer name. Fixes. Groovy. Okay. These are harder to work with because these are harder to predict what's going to happen in the game because I may have put in code to work around some of these issues. And usually that means it'll continue to work. The workaround should continue to work, but sometimes not. But I just don't remember if I've done a workaround for this, for example. Or this. I don't know if this affects me. What's an odd size texture? Did I just don't know if I have. I don't think I do, but I think this is low risk, but it's hard for me to remember or know if these affect me or not. That's fine. Blah, blah, blah. Binary, zip files. Breaks compatibility. All right, I'm not using this. Fix loading packed. I'm not using packed scenes. Quote and escape config file keys when necessary. I don't think this affects me because I'm not using any weird characters in my config file keys. I don't think. I am using config file quite a lot. Yeah, and I'm not seeing these errors, so this doesn't affect me. But nice to know it's there. Hey, Ladka. Support for lambdas. I didn't see that yet, but I'll get there. Ignore property groups and categories in code completion. Okay. Parsing multi-line preload statement. Okay. This should help with like type ahead, you know. Okay. Yeah. Great. Not using CJK. I don't think I'm using rich text labels anywhere. I'm not using tab container or tabs. 9 patches I'm not using. I'm not using bitmap fonts. Last listed button. Okay. How come I'm seeing more? Oh, this is stuff that was removed. This is stuff that was removed. Oh, no, no, no. Stuff that was fixed. Okay. Not using those. No. Okay. Infinite inertia. Okay. Yep. 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 Great. All right. I think that's good. I didn't see the Lambda thing. I am working on a game. Let me show you the trailer. Here's the trailer. That's the game. And I just upgraded to 3.4, so I was going through the change log to make sure there's nothing in here that's going to throw me off. Nothing in here that's that I have to deal with and that will break things. So I think it's pretty safe. I'm going to play the game. I've got my controller. Ooh, that is fast. That is much faster than it used to be. Interesting. That's way too fast. All right. Problem 1. What the hell? This must be related to that input echo thing. Whoa, where'd I lose focus? Yeah, and now... So my main menu doesn't work anymore. These were focusing with 3.3. These were focusing as the mouse went over, but they're not anymore. And I think that was something in here. There was something in the change log about that. Hover. Don't change hover during focus events. I think that's what's happening. And where was the other one? Input echo. Removes the alteration of hovering during focus enter and focus exit. The alteration of hovering during focus enter and focus exit causes inconsistency in the UI. This PR makes the hover and focus styles more clear in their purpose. All right, I think so. Okay. Maybe this is my fault. Because all of these buttons, I put this art on hover, but instead I should put it on focused. Like that. Also, that was really cool that I could just drag it. I didn't know I could do that. That should be on focused, not hover. No. No, 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 no. It should be on both because there's a mouse too. So the mouse can hover and it can focus. The gamepad is just going to change the focus. Do that, do that, do that, do that, and do that. Let's see how that works. Yeah, okay. Why isn't my Twitter lighting up? Because I didn't do it. There, okay. See, little things like this in the changelog will mess you up. And I didn't think those affected me, but apparently they do. But now I have my old behavior back. All right. And then this, I think this is this input echo thing. It's just going so freaking fast. Lambdas are in GDScript 2.0 in Godot 4. Yeah. Yeah, that'll be handy. That will be handy. A Lambda function. They're anonymous functions, right? They're functions with no name. And you can do, I don't know what Godot's syntax is going to be, but instead of saying, like you might have a tween, I don't know. You might be able to be like tween dot on end, and then you would pass it like a function name or something. But now you could probably just do like this. I don't know what the syntax would be. Something like that, right? Or you could say maybe it would be something like ram, and then the function body, something like that. So they can be handy. You can pass it into like a sorting function. You can handle events that way. Simple, kind of small things. Data mapping. All kinds of useful cases. It's one of those things you don't know you need it until you need it. And then when someone shows it to you, you're like, "Ooh, where has this been all my life?" All right. Oh, that other bug, input echo. I think this is what I'm seeing, because I'm holding down that controller and it's just going brrr. And there may not be any way to change the speed of this. Pressed action mode, button mask, focus mode, keep pressed outside. Shortcut group, click mask, blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It says allow input echo, but how do you not allow it? That was the proposal. Describe the problem. For now, I want to change UI focus in game. I need to press and release the UI navigation key. I think it's very unnatural. Add an option in the project settings to allow, there's an option. Change focus continually. Project settings. General, search, focus. Maybe there's not an option. It would be in input devices, maybe GUI common. Okay, if this is a common UI pattern, it doesn't need a config. You're correct. You are correct. Gamepads don't send echo events, which means this will still need to be done manually for people navigating menus with a gamepad, except it did. I tried with an Xbox controller and it works as usual. It shouldn't break gamepad focus because what I did is basically just change the is action just press to is action press, but my implement has a little problem. I will fix them soon. Or shall we make the UI work like this? I will make a pull request. Here's the pull request. I don't know if it will cause any side effects. I don't know. Let me do this. I'm gonna quit. And quit. And I'm gonna go back to Godot 3.3. Create this link. Let's launch this and see if the problem is still there. Yeah, so here I am holding the controller down, right? Bop. And it's not echoing. D-pad, I'm just holding it down. And it just goes once, and I have to go repeat, 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 repeat. Right? Quit. But with 3.4, I run it. Oh, it's echoing, and it's so fast. Jeez Louise. It doesn't echo the D-pad. But the analog stick, yes. So the D-pad works the way it used to. Analog stick, no. So now I need to check. Do I have any code in here for doing something with the stick? Accept and cancel are the A and B button, menu button, B button, keyboard input. Now let's see if the keyboard input, how does that work? So I can hold the arrow keys. That's great. That's fine. With keyboard keys, it's fine. It's just that analog stick that's causing me some problems. And it's got to be because it's this. I let people navigate the menus with the analog sticks, and maybe I can't do that anymore. It's either an oversight in the implementation, because they said this doesn't affect analog sticks, but it does. And then they'll either fix it or they won't. I'm tempted to write a bug report. I used to have a, it looks like the syntax coloring is a little different. I used to have a gamepad input. I must have deleted that thing. I wonder if it's this. Doing that, that's kind of funky. Okay, so I need that. It's not that. It just goes full tilt as soon as the stick move. Just moving it a tiny bit. It just goes full tilt as soon as it passes like 0.5. Let me read that again. Who submitted this? Univius. If Kalanu says if it's a common pattern, it doesn't need a config. Gamepads don't send echo events, which means this will need to be done manually for people navigating menus with a gamepad. So this is incorrect because my gamepad apparently does send an echo event. Maybe it's something else I'm doing in here. There was a point in time where I had where I'd added the SDL controller mapping manually. I guess I must have removed it. Yeah, I did. I removed it a year ago. I didn't need to add this anymore. So that's not it. It's not this. What the heck is this timer? It's a 60-second. Oh. Yeah. This is the, attract mode. When I take this thing, I was taking this thing to game jams and not game jams, but like little festivals and stuff. And I had an attract mode on the game. The attract mode was just do I still have it? Yeah, I do. The attract mode was just a scene that played a video. Right, so it's just a video of the gameplay, and there's no sound. So after 60 seconds of non-activity on the menu, it would go into attract mode. And then you'd come down and click, and you could play the game. But I turned off attract mode. And then this code here just says anytime there's an input event, just restart the timer. So a track mode starts over again. The 60-second timer starts over again anytime the user gives some input. But then if it's nobody's touching it for 60 seconds, it goes into a track mode. I should rename this. Let me rename this while I'm here. Let's call this a tracked mode timer. Disconnect that, reconnect it. This goes here. Timer becomes tracked mode timer. So it's still not going to do anything, but now I don't have to question what the heck that code was doing. Now I just know. Oh, it's the track mode timer, and I can ignore it. Yeah, this I can actually just discard as well. I don't care. Yeah, this is that physical scan code stuff. Yeah, this is all the physical scan code stuff we read about in the changelog. What is this? Yeah, let's just move it. Why not? Wasn't really happy where it was on line 299. So let's move it down to line 302. Hopefully this will be the last time that I ever have to do this. See, they just... The format of the tscene file changed a little bit. This format is better, they've decided. And hopefully and this position is better, hopefully, and it's deterministic, and it'll never change forevermore. I'll never see this kind of noise in my commits ever again. Except I have to load and save every scene I have in the game to make them all get updated. I'm tempted. I'm tempted to just do that right now. Just load and save everything just to get all the noise done with in one go. Kind of tedious. But yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get all the noise out of the way. Is this strictly necessary? No. I guess. Saved. Saved. Yup. Saved. 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 Save. 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 If anybody has any questions about anything while I'm doing this boring and tedious task, to entertain the people, please ask. I can do this mindless clicking and answer a question at the same time. Save, 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 save. Let's do this. Open, 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 open. Save, 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 save. Save, 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 save. I have not worked on the 3D project. I think I'm going to dedicate 1 day a week to it. Yeah, I'm going to dedicate 1 day a week to it. It's in a stage. I've already started on it, and it's in a stage where I mean, it's very, very basic. I basically created the project file. I put a 3D thing in it. That's it. It doesn't do a whole lot. I don't like starting projects because there's a lot of work that you have to do before it becomes useful and before it becomes interesting. And I just want to get to the interesting bit. But you can't just jump there. You got to go through the pain first. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. So verbal shadow, you said it feels like the analog stick is not echoing, but every change from 0.5 is being sent as the input event. Yeah. But in the old version in 3.3, I would hold the analog stick and it would just do it once. And now I hold the analog stick and it just goes forever. So that does seem like the echoing thing to me. Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I'm letting my brain, my subconscious stew on it a little bit. Did I already get these? Did I get homing arrow? Yeah, I did. Okay, I already got all those. All right. Screamless, short question. How do I use back buffer copy? Do you mean how I specifically use it or how it's used in general? I guess they're both the same question. Where do I use that? It's for shaders. I'm using it in Blob. There it is. And I might be using it in Ship. Yeah, there it is, right? Yep. So if you're doing a screen space shader, like the one on my exhaust here, which is doing this warping thing, my distortion shader, it's a pretty simple fragment shader. It takes the screen UV, which is the coordinates, normalized coordinates of the entire screen, from 0 to 1 and from 0 to 1, I think. It might be 0 to 1. I don't know which direction it goes. But it takes the screen coordinates and normalizes it and turns it into a UV. So you have the entire screen. And then this screen texture is the actual texture of the entire screen. It's like a screenshot. And what Godot does as an optimization is any shader that accesses screen texture, whichever shader accesses screen texture first, that's the screenshot that is used for every shader. right? Which means if you have two or more shaders accessing the screen texture and they overlap, that the effect of the first one won't appear in the second one, right? You'll get the first one working on the background, and that'll look okay. And then you'll get the second one working on the background. And it'll look weird because it'll appear like it's erasing the effects of the first shader because it's using this cached copy of the background. So what back buffer copy does is it just says, look, make me another copy of the viewport. You can tell it, I want a rectangle. You can not do a copy. You can tell it, give me a copy of the whole viewport. And that way, this shader in here will work on its very own copy of the background. So this guy, he takes a back buffer copy of his background. And then this guy, let's say he gets access second, he'll take a new screenshot, which will include the effects that are happening with this shader because it's part of the new background. It's part of the new viewport. And now when these two shaders overlap, they'll look correct now. Without the back buffer copy, it would look like if the exhaust came over the water blob, that part of the water blob would disappear or it would stop doing its blobby thing. And vice versa. If the thruster came on, shader was activated first, then the blob would kind of erase the effect of the thrust shader. But now, since they're both in their own back buffer copy, each one gets its own copy of the screen, and it doesn't matter which one comes first. It's going to include the influence of the other shader. So it's less optimized, right? But it's correct. It's probably a little bit slower because it's taking multiple screenshots of the screen every frame instead of just one for screen space shaders. Godot is great for game jams. Oh, money. And I agree with you about 3D. I don't think Godot's not quite there yet for 3D, especially complex 3D games, or if you want really high fidelity 3D games. It's totally functional and doable. It just has a lot of features that you need for really nice looking 3D games, but that's coming in 4.0. 4.0 should make 3D much more viable in Godot. All right, let's get back to this save. Save, 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 save. This is all the level editor. All these files are level editor stuff. So much stuff. Now, how do I close all those files? Can I not just close? Is there not a... Oh, save all. That's handy. Well, now I know. Does not a close all? Ugh. Do one at a time. I'm just curious. How big is the editor? CD game gravity game editor. 3,665 lines of GD script in my level editor. don't know how to make this recurse. Whatever. Oh, is it that? No. That's close enough. 14,000 lines of code. Pretty small game. Pretty small game. I love that. But I can't. It's too much to keep in my head at one time. All right. Open, 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 open. Save all. Close, 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 close. Look at all this noise. Look at this. Just changing the format a little bit. Blah, blah, blah. Yep. Need a space there. Obviously, duh. That had to move. Yeah, okay. I'm glad I'm doing this. I'm just getting all this noise out of the way so that I won't see these every time I make a commit. Just biting the bullet, doing it right now. I can do it all in one clean commit and just say, look, this is just housekeeping. Does it update it if I just close it? It did. Is it here? How do I, can I, let's put all these in here. Let's do another one. I'm just going to open it and close it. It did some kind of saving, but it didn't, there's no actual change. Open, open, save, close, save, close. Still nothing? Is Beam in here? No. Strange. How about, okay, laser gate. Close. There it is. I didn't save it. Okay. But these guys didn't need any changes. Probably because they're not in any groups. They don't have any signals. Yeah, and that's the stuff that was mostly changing. Okay. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so I just need to open them and close them all. Open, 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 open. Close all. Oh, there isn't a close all. Close, 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 close. Open, close. Yeah, okay, that's working. Open. Oh, interesting. Open anyway. Close. I was experimenting with an intro, like animation scene, and never went anywhere with it. Close, 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 close. Stage. Oh, that's just the level data. Options. Close. Control point. Close. People. Close, close, close. stage, props, buildings, grass, ice plants, ice rocks, coins, regular rocks, water blobbies, water splashes. Close, 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 close. Stage. I think I might put these in a different branch, just in case. Just in case, because I might want to revert still. So we'll call this a 3.4 branch. And then I'll make my commit. Okay. Title scene. Title scene entities, objects. I don't know what this. Oh, this was tutorials I was making for like YouTube and stuff. I haven't done one of those in a while. If you've got any ideas for doing a tutorial, let me know. Kind of want to do one again. I kind of also don't want to do one. Close, 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 close. All right, I think that's everything. Every scene in the game. Let's create a branch. We'll call this. How do I make a branch? I can never remember how to do this. Create branch. Godot 3.4 upgrade. Okay. So now I've got all my changes staged. I'm on the 3.4 upgrade branch, so I'm going to commit them all. Resaved all scenes to convert files to new 3.4 format. Let's make that private. It's just for me. None of the players care about that, so it doesn't need to be in the change log. And then I will commit this. I think, is there something else that I put in here? Oh yeah, this, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. All right. So now I've got all this in this other branch, which is based off of main, so it's fine. And then I can mess around in this for a little while, and if I don't like it, I can just throw this branch away and revert. And I'll check out main, and I'll be back on 3.3. But if I do like it and I decide I'm going to keep it, then I'll just merge this into main, and I'll be good to go. So, close you. Let's play the game a little bit and see if we run into any more bugs. It's opening and closing the file is making changes because between 3.3 and 3.4, they changed the tscene file format a little bit. What they were attempting to do, and I hope that they've succeeded, is made the scene file format a little bit more deterministic so that as you make changes, things don't just shift around position for no reason. But that means the first time you upgrade, they are going to shift. So I just went through and shifted. I opened them all and saved them. Now they're in the new 3.4 deterministic, awesome format that should never change again unless I intentionally make a change. Hopefully that's what's going to happen. So like this is a similar echo problem here. Yeah, I think maybe Kalanu's. Oh, hey, thanks for the following, Key. And welcome to the stream, by the way. I think you've been here before. Your name seems kind of familiar. I think this is incorrect. I mean, maybe it's true maybe it's technically true, but when I hold this thing, this gamepad, there's some jitter. My finger is shaking a little bit, and the gamepad is very sensitive, and it's sending a high precision floating point number. And that number is going to change and change and change and change. So it effectively is echoing, I think. He's right about the D-pad, though. Or she? I don't know if Kalanu's... They're right about the D-pad. But not quite right about the analog stick. And this was put into a pull request. Here's the commit. It was merged. Nobody really talked about it. Cherry picked for 3.4. Maybe somebody's already filed a bug. January 25th. This is ancient. Scroll bars. Hey, Boru? Boru okay? Boruak? Welcome. Thanks for the follow. And what do you think, Inky? Do you like it? What are you coming from? Unity, I'm guessing? Unreal? Game Maker? Doesn't look like anybody else has submitted a bug for this. I'm being selfish maybe, but I don't like submitting bugs because it's a lot of work. I have to create a project that reproduces the bug. Oh God, just thinking about it hurts my brain. Maybe I will. Let's do some playtesting. So the D-pad works great. A quick fix for this for me would just be removing the analog stick from the menu, from being able to navigate menus, and just tell people, look, use the D-pad. Use the D-pad for the menus. Let's play through some levels and see how this works. We're just on a bug hunt here. Yep. Thank you. Oof. Let's turn off that. Let's turn on the music a little bit. Can you guys hear that? That works. Pause menu is good. Oh, I need to do the same thing with the pause menu that I did with the main menu. Here, I need to take each one of these buttons and add the texture. Where is it? There it is. And you just copy that down to focused. Copy you down to focused. Copy you down to focused. Because menu items, these texture buttons, were getting hover events when the gamepad moved over them, but now they're not. Now they're just getting focused, but not hovered. They've clarified that hover and focus are different. They've made it more explicit. And I still need hover for the mouse, but I don't need hover for the gamepad. I need focus for the gamepad. And I don't need focus for the mouse, because it doesn't focus with the mouse until you click it. Anyway, this handles both cases. It's fine. And then, yeah, there it is. Oh man, I love this about Godot. Speaking of how great Godot is, I just saved a scene in a running game and didn't have to restart the game, and it's just working. There on the hill, that's the reactor core, and we need it. Press the left trigger to tractor beam it and bring it home. You got it, Cap. This is Godot 3.4. I just updated it. It came out yesterday, I want to say. And it's a fairly large upgrade. There's a lot of nice things they added. Most of the things they added seem to be editor features. Yeah, it came out yesterday. Yes. All right. Next. You'll die out here without fuel. Look at them bouncing. Cute little bouncy astronauts. Ooh, I was holding my breath. I just realized I was holding my breath. You know, I did try to do some voice acting. A friend of mine knows some voice actors, and they ran a couple of the lines. And it was great, but I realized I hadn't written all the dialogue for the game, and I would need to go back to them multiple times to direct them. But then also, if dialogue ever changed, I would need to update the dialogue, and I'd need to go back and re-record new dialogue, right? And it was just turning out, I think it was going to be so much work, I decided not to do it. I just didn't have time to do it. But now that I'm kind of narrating it out loud with you guys as the dialogue comes up, I'm thinking I might have some kind of like, maybe when the captain appears, right? It won't say the dialogue. It'll just be, you know, the text. But the captain can make a sound, right? He can be like, and then he'll do his talk. Whatever it is. Why are you so bouncy? Mr. Bouncy, he really wants to get out of here. Why is he so bouncy? He bounced off of there, that's why. He bounced off of here and fell all the way down and then was bouncing around down here. Let's move him. And then let's change this wall geometry a little bit. Add a kind of a lip right there so he can't bounce out. And then we'll put this ship. Can I grab my ship, please? Let's put you back up here and see what happens. he's not bouncing at all. Oh, maybe I don't need the lip. Maybe he had been up a little bit. Yeah, that's probably what it was. Cheat. I'm going to add some fuel. I'm cheating. I mean, that holds him in. Now he'll stay kind of in that area. I could still beam him out. But if I just put him flat down on the wall and then delete that and that and then restart it, let's see what happens. I don't think he should move. Yeah, something like that maybe. I mean, it would kind of get your attention too if you had a little sound for the lieutenant, for the astronaut, and for the captain. If they made a little noise, you could kind of hear who's talking instead of having to look. That could be interesting. Scope creep. That's what it is. Look, he jumped out. This guy has a death wish. He jumped out. Alright, let's add that lip back in. I don't know how he's jumping out of there, but we can't have it. Let's try it one more time. I'm going to speed run it this time. You don't have enough fuel to thrust through the entire level. But once you get down to about here, you can start just going for it. Maybe I needed to wait a little bit more. It's longer than I remember. Alright, so he was okay. Oh, it was so close. That'd have been perfect. Try again. Gotta keep reminding myself I'm doing debugging here. Let's get a little bit past that second line of coins first. Yep. Now, right as we hit the third line of coins, go ahead and start doing full thrust. I'm going to get this guy as we fly by. There he comes. 400 meters, 300 meters. Gotcha. And got the gas. 1 second. With 1 second threshold. Yes. All right. Let's debug this. Now we're debugging shooting. Weapon systems activated. Fire at will, pilot. Whoa. Yeah, they were. Alright, I think those are working. Let's try something a little more challenging. Let me go back and unlock every level. Go back in there. Let's try something from Sector 4. Whoa. Almost got me. Tricky little laser beam. Whew. Forgotten how tough some of these levels are. I think he must have fallen off of here somewhere. Let me, I'm gonna grab him and we'll finish the level. and then we'll come back and fix that bounce. I knew that bounce would cause me problems, but it's so cute. How could I not leave it in? It was an accident. Like, oh, crap. It was an accident. I didn't need those coins. I'm not going to make it. Oh, Lord. Fuel cheat. I knew that those would cause problems, but it was too cute to not put in the game. And I found it out by accident a couple weeks ago when I changed the physics properties of cave walls. And then my guys were bouncing around. I'm like, that shouldn't happen. They weren't bouncing before. But, anyway, it was cute enough I decided to keep it, even though I knew it would cause me problems like this. They're minor. It's just little level design things I need to change a little bit. Just some tweaks here and there. I think I missed an enemy. 2 attempts. No, I got all the enemies. 2 attempts, though. B. Alright, I think the game is working, actually. I think it's working great. So 3.4 didn't really cause any problems. It did mess up my menus a little bit with the analog stick, but I think for right now, I can just remove these, right? Yeah, I can just remove those. And now the analog stick just won't work in menus at all. Gotta use the D-pad. Is that bad? Like if you're playing this game, alright, I need your opinion. Everybody watching, if you're playing a game and you're trying to use the menu and you move the analog stick and nothing happens, what do you do? Do you just switch to the D-pad and carry on with your life? Do you complain? Do you say the game's broken? What happens? Isha. Wouldn't care personally, but I think it would work with analog sticks because it should work with analog sticks because that is what people are expecting. Yeah. Hey, Actio. What's up? Hey, human. Hey, guys. Welcome back. People expect it to. Yeah, okay. Well, let's see. Let's commit this. This was a change the pause scene. That was a level fix. What is this? I need a reset track for this. The reset track would fix this problem. That is annoying the shit out of me. Fixed pause menu hover state. I'm in the 3.4 branch, yep. All right, let's quit. I didn't commit this change to the, whatchamacallit, the project, the inputs. So I can quit and then discard it. And then I can switch back to the main branch, actually. Commit this. Updated level to modified level, so astronaut doesn't bounce to his death. Then I can switch back. Let's push this. And then I can switch back to my 3.4 branch. And restart Godot. 3.4, gravity. My project setting input map should be there again. There they are. Let's do this. Let's see if we can figure out some workaround. Not you. I want start. And in here I have a GUI input, unhandled input. Let's print the event. Let's do this. Prints unhandled. And we'll do prints GUI. Do print. Prints puts a space between the arguments. Print does not put anything between the arguments. Print T puts a tab between the arguments. Right? Right? Okay. Controller. Look, I'm just shaking it. It's very sensitive. But if I hold the analog stick, it just sends input events over and over and over again. Whereas the D-pad, this is the D-pad, it's just a button. And it's either pressed or it's not pressed. But this thing, it starts sending inputs as it moves, it sends inputs. Don't know how to override that. Don't know how to override that. I could. Is there a way? Let's see. Is there a way? Is there a way to make the analog stick behave like a digital, where it's just on or off? Hey, human. You want to name an astronaut. What would you like to name your astronaut? Let's open the astronaut name file and do it right now. Let's put it in the main branch. We're going to open names, people names. All right, here we go. Name an astronaut. Human 428, please. Human 1428. You got it. Human 1428. Would you like to have Human 1428 say anything? We got some catchphrases. Got anything family friendly that Human 1428 says? Howdy. Yeah, you happy with that? If you're happy with that, I will commit it. I say howdy sometimes. My wife always looks at me funny when I say it. I grew up learning how to speak in North Carolina, and they don't really say howdy in North Carolina, so I don't know where I picked that up. But sometimes it just pops out. I say howdy. All right. We commit names. New astronaut name and catchphrase. Thanks. All right. You are in the official changelog that will ship in the next release. All right. You know what? I'm going to just merge this because I feel like 3.4 is pretty good. I ran through the game. Everything seemed to work. It seems fine. I'm gonna merge it. So I'm in the main branch, and I'm gonna merge 3.4 upgrade. Maybe I should rebase it first. Yeah, let's switch back. Let's check out this. And then let's rebase it. Can I not rebase? Oh, I have to rebase. That's weird. Okay, I want to rebase current branch on this commit. Yes. So that will move this commit up here. Rebase current branch 3.4 on this commit. Yes. 5AE. Yes. Ugh. All right. Let's stash these. Temp. Rebase current branch on main. Yes. Okay. Now, switch to main. Why am I talking like a robot? Merge into current branch. Merge 3.4 into main. Don't create a new commit. If we can just fast forward. And it can, because I rebased it. It's just going to fast forward. I don't want to squash. Yes, merge. And now I can even delete 3.4 upgrade. Yes. And now I can push. And now I can unstash this. I can pop this stash and get my dirty files back. All right, we're good. All right. I heard somebody just follow me. Mad Fury. Thanks for the follow and welcome. I don't think I've seen your name in here, and welcome to the stream. I'm glad to have you here. If I'm wrong and you've been here before, I apologize. It's possible you were here and lurking, but welcome. You're new to Godot Engine and you haven't understood how we save the project, because if I close and go back to the main, go back again to the project, I have to go and press the files of that project. I do something wrong? I mean, I don't know. Like, let me show you what happens when I close my project. Let's quit. Right, so I load my project, right? And it loaded the start scene, but that's it. I have all these other scenes. So the project's loaded, right? But it can look empty, but you've got all your scenes in here and you can just load up the ones you want to work on. Now there are some editor settings. In the scene tabs, you can say restore scenes on load, and by default that's off. So it doesn't remember the scenes that you had opened the last time you quit. But if you want it to, you just check that. And then the same thing with the text editor files. You can auto reload, restore scripts on load as well. And by default, that's on, which I don't understand. But I turn that off so that my script files, which are these things, these don't load. Because I don't like seeing this all cluttered up with stuff. But I do sometimes work on the same scene for long stretches of a time, multiple sessions, so I just have the scenes reload. And then, so now if I quit, because my editor settings are set to restore scenes. So now if I quit and reopen it, those two scenes should reopen. See? But my script editor will only have the scene for pause open, because I told it not to restore scenes, not to restore scripts on load. But then there's another setting that says that when you switch to a scene, it loads the script for that scene. So when I switch to main, it's going to load the main script as well. See, and it switches back and forth between them. Does that help you, Actio? I don't know if that's the problem you were having. All right, so how do I, let's see. So it's not really, the problem I'm having here with the controller is that when I use the analog stick, as I move the stick, it sends new input events. And the input events that I'm using are these UI accept, or where is it? UI left, UI right, UI up, UI down, which are kind of built in to the engine. UI left. Right? I don't have anything in the game that actually handles UI left. This is commented out. I don't even know what this was. Oh, I was experimenting around with input remapping. So I don't actually have anything in the game that handles UI left, UI up, UI down, UI right. So what I did was I just added, those kind of just happen automatically. And like the keyboard, like I have up arrow, down arrow. There's UI up is the up key. It's also the D-pad, right? Or the right key or the D-pad or the stick. And it's just this axis thing is what messes it up. And what I need to do, if I wanted to fix this, I would, because here's the thing. I'm thinking I could file a bug report for this, right? And either two things will happen. Either, well, maybe three things will happen, but I'm not holding my breath. The Godot devs are great, and I love that it's volunteer and they're fantastic. I have nothing but good things to say about them. But here's how bug reports work. You submit a bug report and then nothing happens. You have to wait. And it could take months, years, weeks. It could take a long time before you get any action on it, if they decide to even do it, which they may have good and valid reasons for not doing it. If they decide not to do it, then it just will never get fixed because it's not broken. If they do fix it, it could take weeks, it could take hours, it could take days, it could take years for them to get to it because it may be a low priority issue. Or they could just say, you know what, not a bug, and close it, right? So no matter what happens, unless I'm extremely lucky, and I'm not that lucky, I'm going to have to deal with this issue for a while. And to file a bug report, I'm not convinced myself that it's a bug. I think it does have an unintended behavior, but is it a bug? I'm not sure. They might just say, you know what, this analog stick was never intended to be used in these UI things. Let's see. Let's try that as a search. UI gamepad. Okay, that's just a mapping problem. UI axis. Using analog sticks whenever I can request. I only receive discrete values. Interesting. I mean, this is kind of what I want. I kind of want the input to be discrete for the UI on the analog stick, but not in the game. Anyway, this bug was submitted April. So it predates this update. So it's not caused by this update. Yeah, so I don't know. Godot has a dead zone that you can change based on whether you're in the UI or not? It's hey Javi, by the way, welcome Javi. Thanks for showing up. I hope you can help me with this. So look, I get all these input motion events, right? Joypad motion event. So here I am looking at the menu, right? And in 3.3, I would hit the analog stick like this, and it would just go up one menu item. Now it goes crazy, right? It's going multiple menu items. And it used to just go one, and I'd have to stop and tap the analog stick, just like I do with the D-pad. I would do D-pad, 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 D-pad. That's how the analog stick used to work in 3.3. But in 3.4, it does this now. It's very hard to use. And it's because the UI up and down events are firing every time the value on the axis changes. And in their commit for this, This is the only reason I think it might be a bug, is in the commit for this, or in the discussion on it. Where's the proposal? Oh no, this is the wrong one. This one. Cherry pick for 3.4. Input UI changing focus. Fixed. Where's the proposal? Here it is. So in the proposal for this, Kalanu said, gamepads don't send echo events. And that might be technically true, but effectively it is sending an echo event in this case. So Javi, how do you change the dead zone just in the UI? You would have called it a fix. See, that's why I'm thinking, even if I file a bug and I go through all the trouble of explaining it and trying to make my case for this, they're going to go, you're doing it wrong. Yeah, I don't think it is a dead zone issue, but I am curious where that setting is. I mean, is it dead zone? No. Is it code that I have to set somewhere? It's not in here. Oh, there it is. Uh-huh. Okay. Well, what if I just did that? Maybe. It fixes it. It reverts to the 3.3 behavior. Fixed. Javi to the rescue. Javi, you get a cookie. Javi, you will be showered with glory and honor for the rest of your days. And all of that before breakfast. Just swoops in like a hero, solves the problem, and he's like, hey guys, I haven't had breakfast yet. All right, let's start. Let's take out those print statements I put in here. And I learned something new. I learned about the dead zone. Oh yeah, this is the way. This is the way. All right, and then in here it should work exactly the same. UI left, UI right. Oh yeah, yeah. But then in the game, it's not using those UI left, UI right. It's using different input events. So this should all still be great, and it is. Look at that. Look at that analogness of the aiming reticle. Beautiful. Ah! I missed the button. That's an unfortunate bug right there. All right. I think that is good. I'm going to commit that. Dead zone, but only in the UI actions. adjusted gamepad dead zone in UI elements in when navigating user interface. All right, we've upgraded to Godot 3.4, everybody. Mandalorian, this is the way. Yeah. Yeah, hey, Lencius. Welcome. This is the way. You see how I did that rebase when I did my 3.4 upgrade? Because I did the rebase, I don't have any of these branching arrows. It just looks like one continuous stream. I just find that nicer a little bit. All right. 9:45. What can we do next? So I went through the whole change log here, did a quick test of the game. Maybe not so quick. We've been doing this for an hour, right? Found a couple of issues. Like this change, I think, is the cause of that dead zone thing that I had to do. But it's okay. Everything else is fine. And we did a thing with the boss. Yeah, we were working on boss code. So, boss. Let's go back to the boss. Look at that guy. Doesn't he look scary? This is all placeholder art for the boss. We'll load our boss level. And he's going to move away from us. He's moving away. Right now I just have him moving to the right. But he's got all these things attached to him, right? Yikes. Yikes. Get those coins before they fly away. Go up here. Blast you. And then I can pull these off. And they zip away. Back into the mothership. Oh yeah. And I've weakened the boss now. The boss is much weaker now. I think I want to put shields on these guys. Yeah. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's put shields on these guys. So for example, I have a mobile turret here who's not mobile because he doesn't know how to walk on a thing that's not a wall, but that's okay. And then I can add a shield, right? And I can move that shield like that. And now if I play the level, does he have a shield? I hope. I hear a shield powering up. Yeah, he doesn't. Ugh. He doesn't. And why not? Why doesn't he? The shield tries to connect to its grandparent? Is that right? Let me load up the ship. The ship has a shield. It should connect to its parent. Okay, so I don't understand this exactly. This to me says grandparent, but maybe it's just parent. And then I connect a bunch of signals to the parent. So the shield listens for things like the parent getting revived or destroyed or using fuel. And then it sets its starting health. Enable, disable. If uses fuel and get parent fuel less than 0. Okay, so it doesn't turn on unless the parent uses fuel. If the parent has fuel, then the shield works. And if the parent is alive, the shield works. So to get this to work with the enemy that I have here, this mobile turret, then I need to add a fuel parameter to the mobile turret. And what was that again? Oh, not boss, but shield. Parent.fuel. Oh, if uses fuel. What is this? Uses fuel is a flag that only gets set if the parent has a signal for fuel changed and signals for all of these things. I think I need some kind of override on the shield. I think the shield is going to need some other parameters. Let's open the shield scene. And I think I want some export variables on here. One of them is going to be export pool var boss. I don't know. See, now I have a checkbox. That bool is a hint to the export system. It's a hint to the inspector to say, make this a checkbox. If I did color, it would change it into a color picker. If I change it to float, it changes it into a floating point number. Right? Or whatever, right? If I change it to int 1, 10, then it'll be an integer that goes from 1 to 10. If I change it from int 110 in 2, it'll only go by even increments. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Lots of fun, cool stuff you can do with the export thing. I just need a checkbox. Hey, Candy. Oh, Droopy's here. Oh my God, Droopy is here, everybody. Have you heard the soundtrack for Gravity Ace? I mean, just look at the title screen. Just listen to the title screen. We're going to run it. Hold on. Whoop. We got to turn on the music. Audio. Droopy music, everybody. And all the music in the game was made by this fantastic person. And if you want his the soundtrack, you can go into Gravity Ace, click music, and buy the album. You can get it on. You can listen to it on all the places, I think. Right? You can you can get it on Spotify. You can get it on Twitch or TikTok. You probably have the music everywhere. Paste links to wherever you would like people to go buy the music, Droopy. And if you have a game and you want some music, Droopy's great. That's the build-up. Ah. Love it. Yeah, hire Droopy for your game music needs. So let's say I had this boss mode. So the shield has a boss mode. I want the shield to be impenetrable. It never dies in this mode. And I want the shield, or at least the shield needs to be super powerful, right? Until the reactor cores get pulled out. Once the reactor core gets pulled out, then the shields will kind of go down for those enemies in the area. That's kind of what I'm thinking. So I could call this a boss mode, or I could call it a super shield mode. If I call it, well, maybe I don't call it super shield. This uses fuel flag is kind of a pain because this boss mode would kind of override that, I think. Yeah, so this would be something like, and not boss. Let's just see if that works. So over here in the boss, I'll look at the shield and I'll turn on its boss mode. And let's see what happens. No shield. I felt like I was hearing a shield turning on, though. Nope. Why did that just die? I see. If got one last shot up, died. Let the coins come to me. So many weird optical illusions with this thing because this thing is moving. See, I'm moving towards it to the right pretty fast. But because it's so big, it doesn't look like it's moving. So it looks like everything else is moving to the left. But they're not. It's a little disorienting. I like it. Where did you go? Oh, I wonder if he got blasted by this guy. This guy probably, one of his bullets blasted him. And so it flew out and was beamed up. And then I died right at that moment, which is why I had that error that appeared, because I was trying to turn off the tractor beam for the ship, but the ship didn't exist. Yeah. Alright, why isn't this shield appearing? Let's delete those. Delete that. Delete those. All right. Close you. Close you. Let's do... if uses fuel and get parent to and not boss. Let's just check if this runs. Boy. Okay. So these things need revived and destroyed signals. Now let's just do a check. Let's do a check. If right. Should have had this check here in the first place. So these checks, they make the thing more general purpose, right? I can take the shield and attach it to anything. If it has certain things, then it works a certain way. If it doesn't have those things, it works a different way. It makes things a little more complicated, but ultimately it makes them more flexible as well. I think. See if those debugger errors go away. Now what? Oh, there's my breakpoint. All right. So what entity am I in? I am in a shield generator. I don't care about that one. That one's a shield generator. That one's a shield generator. There's the ship's shield. The reactor shield is never getting called. There's the ship shield. Right? His shield is never getting called. Why not? Why not? Oh. After hours of thinking for a cool name for something, at the end you choose the most boring name. Hulda, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'm glad you could be here. Yeah, I could add particles to that guy to make it look like it's moving. I think I'm going to end up with like a bunch of big engines on here, and they're going to shoot. They're going to be thrusting and thrusting, and as it changes direction, the thrust will come from a different engine, and it'll just have them all over the place. And it's going to have like little panels and things all moving and blinking all over its surface. And I'm going to draw art for little ports so that these things kind of plug into those. So this will kind of blend in and look like it's plugged into it. Same with these enemies, right? And yeah, it should be cool. It should be awesome. Droopy uses Logic Pro. Oh, excuse me. I use Waveform sometimes. Waveform's great. There's this neat music app. I've been meaning to do a stream about it. We should do it right now. Where is it? Oh, it's in my itch. It's in here. Meta, thanks for the follow. So this guy, where is it? 1-Bit Dragon. 1-Bit Dragon. This is an interesting music creation app. It kind of simplifies the music creation a little bit. It's not quite, what do you call it? Like, it's not quite automatic music creation. Yeah, we love the top-down space games. What's the game you're working on? You should post a link to it so we can check it out. So you've got like it's like a tracker editor, but it's sideways. And you can draw notes, right? And then it's got a bunch of instruments built in, right? Just a bunch of them. And you can't really change these very much. Got some chiptune stuff. Let's change this to a retro bass. Right? And then you can play. And all of these notes are on a scale. And I think you can change the scale. But they're on the scale so that they always sound good, no matter which ones you play together. Because they're all on the same scale. So I can do this. But then the thing that kind of makes this interesting, I mean, this is interesting enough. And then so this is one block. This is one block here. And then you can add different patterns, right? And they play in sequence. So you can build up a song of blocks and then they play in sequence. This is a classic kind of tracker thing. But so I've got my instrument and I can just say, look, do a bass line. And it just makes one for me. And there's a bunch kind of built in. It's already music, right? And now I can do this. Let's do chords 2. Oh, I was in the wrong. Yeah, I was in the wrong thingy. It's fine. We're in this block. And then you can even do I think you can do a lead line. Maybe not. Turn that off. Let's do a fill. Let's do a like electric piano. And we'll do a fill like this. And we'll turn the volume down a little bit. And let's add the kick drum. Let's do beats like that. This isn't going to sound great. Anyway, you get the idea. You can kind of mess around with this stuff. You can do all kinds of cool shuffling of the notes. You can randomize the notes. There's an arpeggiator, so you can, choose an arp that you want to use. This is on synth 1, right? I don't know how to reset the playlist or the playhead. How do I reset the playhead? And then you can draw your own lead lines. So if you had like a flute. And you can make music, and then you can export it, and you can save it, and you can do all this stuff. Pretty simple. It's like simplified tracker DAW. Worth checking out. 1-Bit Dragon. It's yeah, go check it out. 1-Bit Dragon on itch.io. And I am using Linux, yes. This is Ubuntu 2004. working on framework stuff. Are you using an engine meta for the game, or are you building your own? Just curious. I'm not judging you. I'm just curious. Unreal Engine 5. You're going hardcore. C++. We have a C++ programmer here. So why isn't this activating? Let's just look through this. So it goes into ready. It starts disabled. It tries to connect its signals. That's not going to be true. That's not going to be true. That's not going to be true. Then what? Then it does nothing. Right, it does nothing. Because now none of these functions gets called. So revive never even gets called. I do have a revive, but I don't have a signal for it. Let's just try that. Signal revived, and in revive, I'll emit the signal. And in the shield, I'm checking for revived, right? Right? Yeah. And I do have a destroyed signal. Yep. And that destroyed signal is called when it's destroyed. Okay. Let's see what happens now. No shield. All right. Let's delete this. Oh, wait. Keep getting confused. Let's delete you. And delete you. And delete you. And delete you. And delete you. Now I've just got the one enemy with his little shield. Yeah. And I can put some debugging statements in here to see if that's getting called. And to see if this is getting called. Let's run it. Here I am. Mobile turret shield. Okay. Script has script signal. Oh, rats, I hit the wrong button. It does have the revived script signal. It's not connected. It connects the signal. It does have the destroyed signal. It connects the signal. It does not have fuel changed. And then it's done with ready. Okay. And now I'm connecting the signal to what? The ship. So this is the ship's shield. I can ignore this. This is the ship again. The ship is reviving. So it's doing its thing. Yeah, all good. But this guy, his shield is not doing a thing. It did connect. It did connect. But it still didn't call revive. And it didn't call revive. Why? Is this method never called? No, it does call it. I don't know why. Let's see if this is getting called. Let's see what happens when we get in here. Bop. 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 I don't think anything will happen until he gets on the screen. There he is. He's on the screen. He's on the screen. And this is not getting called. Why isn't that getting called? It's not getting called because it started out false, so it's not, and it's not changing, so it doesn't call it. Maybe here I would call revive. Or maybe, let's do this. Maybe here I would say if not dead. What does set dead do? Set dead. It either plays dead or it revives. What if I just do that? I'll just say set dead dead. Or self.dead equals dead. Set dead dead is easier to understand. This must call it. There's the shield. Oh, he destroyed his own shield. Look at that. He can't shoot out of it. He couldn't shoot out of it. That was funny. All kinds of little weird bugs that I'm encountering trying to do this. Unexpected emergent behavior. Still getting hurt even though the shield has taken the hit. Let's move that to there. I think I might need a special kind of shield for these guys. Just a copy of the shield scene that just does something special. It needs to behave differently than a regular shield, so I think a new scene with its own script might be the way to go. Yeah, I think that's true. That's the way it's going to be. This is a player shield, too. Like, I can shoot through it. That's what it is. It's a player shield, so I can shoot through it. That's why he was getting damaged. Yeah, there's just too much behavior here that's got to change for this to work right. So I'm going to delete this. And I'm going to throw away this code. Discard. Discard. I'm going to discard this as well. I don't think I need that. You can stay. Fix boss beaming. Fix crash when reactor is beaming away from boss and the player dies at the same time. What a weird bug. Yeah, that's fine. We can keep you. All right, so I think I need a new version of this shield that's specifically for enemies. And I'll make it cool somehow. And I'll have a signal connected to from these to the shields that I want it to affect. So when the reactor is beamed out, I'll have it turn off the shield in the vicinity. And the enemies will be able to shoot through these shields, but I won't. And I could make these shields extra big. Let's start by copying this shield. And we'll call it an enemy shield. So we're going to put it in the enemies folder. Enemies shield. That's fine. And then let's remove this script. We'll add a new script, enemies shield. And I don't think we need the joint. We do need a sprite, an animation player. We do need this. This is the progress meter for the recharge. We'll need some sound effects. That's fine. All right. But it's going to look different. And one thing that's going to be different right away is that it's going to be on the enemies collision layer. Enemies. But it's not going to interact with enemies. It's going to block player bullets. Yeah. And it's going to be... Oh, the texture itself is blue. I was going to change the color. That's fine. Let's see what happens, because this script is just empty now. It should just be a bullet sponge. So if I take the shield from enemies and put it here, and let me just put one here just for fun. And then we can play this and see how it works. Whoa, where you going, buddy? Okay, it needs an entity type ID. Why are those just flying away? They should be children of the... Oh, because they're... It's because they're rigid bodies, so they don't move. But they should be children of the boss. I don't understand. Let me change this starting position. Look at that, it's just flying away. Whoa. Maybe it does need the joint. Pin joint. Joint. Shield. Joint. Script. A. Node B is itself. All right, let's do this. Let's just copy that code. A. And node B is going to be itself. So it's going to connect itself to whatever its parent is. Yeah, right. This is correct. So the joint is connecting to its grandparent, which is its shield's parent. And it's connecting it to shield. So it's connecting the shield to the shield's parent. That's what this code does. Now it shouldn't move, or it should stick to the thingy. Oh yeah, there we go. I can shoot it all day, but I can't get through. But he can shoot through. Oh, those creepy guys. They really got me, didn't they? Whoa. Okay, I can't shoot him. But let's see. Okay, so I need an API here, func disable cube free. Let's just do that. Make it simple. Off. Right, so I can call shield.off and it'll just make the shield disappear from the game. It's just gone. This isn't what I want to do ultimately, but it's fine for now. And then in the boss, I want the platforms to have a signal to know if something's connected to them or not. And right now, I don't think they do. Yeah, they don't have any signals. So let's open him up. The platforms, these, why is that called platform 2? It doesn't matter. The platforms, I want a signal for detecting if they're pulling something in, if something's attached to them. So I would want a docked and undocked signal. Okay. Is that right? Let me just make sure I don't know why that's called platform 2, but whatever. And then I've got this Tesla coil effect. All this stuff, those lightning stuff. And this thing knows how to know if something's connected to it or not. There's a stop effects and start effects. And that happens when something enters its area. Right. So when the effects start, that means something's connected to the platform. So that would be, this script is in Tesla. So it's the that dot I could just do that. Docked. Let's just do this for right now. Okay. This is not pretty code, but I'm going to refactor it later. I just want to get it working. And then here, right, so now the platforms will emit those signals. So the boss can say, look, when this platform gives you the undocked signal, this gets complicated. When this platform gives you the undocked signal, then shield dot off. This is terrible, because this is going to get unwieldy very fast. And I think what I would like is in the editor itself to have some way of saying this guy and this guy are connected, and not have to reference specific things. So these platforms probably also need an array of things that they affect. And then when it's undocked, it would call that off function on everything in the array. See you guys. See ya. Artemer, Luke and Para, and Sandwich Man, and Cleggins. Thank you for the follows, folks. And welcome to the stream. And, oh, wear a captain's hat. Actio. Rats. He just left. You know what? I'll save it till the next time. Or maybe I'll do it. I'll do it twice. This is the old captain's hat. Actio, if you're still here, here's the hat. If you're not still here, I'll wear it again next time I see you. This is not a good way to wear this with the headphones. All right. Yeah, so I think ultimately I probably want to have on these platforms an export array connected things, something, right? And then in the boss on those platforms. How come that's not working? Lots of bugs. Yeah. Okay. Right, and then I can have an array of whatever, and these would be like I don't know, some kind of like maybe they would just be strings. With like a reference to the path of that thing. I don't know. I don't know how to do this. I'll have to figure this out. But I think some kind of way in the editor here of linking this to this in visually or in here so that I don't have to write explicit code to say if this signal is activated, then this shield gets turned off. Like this. This is terrible. Because I could end up with a dozen of these. Ugh, that would be terrible. Let's just see if it works. Shield's off. Why is this shield off? All right, and I need a, what do you call it, a reactor anyway. You're going there. Getting errors. Signal docked is declared but never emitted. Signal undocked is declared but never emitted. Those are on platform. Platform. It's because I'm emitting it here and it doesn't understand the script. Let's do this. And here in the parent, I'm going to have undock, emit, signal, undocked, dock, emit, signal, docked. Okay, these warnings should go away. They did. They did go away here. They didn't go away here. This. Why isn't this working? This is in boss 1. Boss 1. Mobile turret shield off. Relative to. That's the level editor. This is the level editor. If mobile turret, dot has node shield. His shield's still off for reasons I don't understand. And if I pull this, there should have been an undocked signal, but I didn't put any print statements in, so I don't know. His shield's not showing up. Why isn't his shield showing up? Is this the right shield? This is... enemy's shield. Right? Right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, lots of heavy changes today. Complicated changes. This is why I didn't want to build a boss. They're a pain in the neck. This shield was just working. Let's do this. Aha. It's being turned off somehow. I know why. Because it starts out. The platform starts out with its effects stopped. And the first thing that does is it calls undock. And so that queue frees the thing. Let's not queue free it. Let's hide it. Yeah, let's hide it. But I'm going to need a show as well. Right? And yeah, and then I'm going to need to do a docked signal. And that will do on. All right, let's see if this works. Shield's on. I can't shoot through it. Oh, I could shoot through it. Yeah. It goes on and off, on and off. It was going on and off. That was weird. Now if I pull this, That should have sent the undocked signal, and now the shield should be off. And it is. It's off, it's hidden, but it's still there. That's why I can blow the guy up from the front. See, I'm still hitting it. So it kind of works in theory, like in concept, it works. Let's do that. Let's delete this guy. Yeah, we'll delete this guy. Just simplify our test case here. Oh, where did my... How come you went flying away? Yikes. How do I get in there? Oh, it's got to be fast. Got to get lucky. Yeah. That could work. I think that concept works. I just need to clean up this code, how this is all going to work. The code's terrible. But you see what I mean? Like, I've said this lots of times. You make it work first and just try it out and see how it feels. And I like the way that this worked. I don't like the way it's written, but I like the way it works. I like the way it feels in the game. And obviously I can't continue on this path because if I have multiple platforms, and I do intend to have multiples, and multiple things with shields, so I might have this platform might affect 3 different things, but there could be a dozen of these guys on here. And then I need to put in code that says, okay, mobile turret 1, mobile turret 2, mobile turret 4. And then every time I change the boss, I'm going to be moving these things around. I'm going to be deleting them, adding them, so then I'll have to go in and touch the code again to make sure it's got the right ones. Oh, it's not 2 anymore. It's 6. And 4 now. And then it gets even more complicated because I'm going to have multiple platforms. So I need a better way of handling this data, these connections. And I'm just not sure how to do it yet. If I was doing it in my level editor, it would be a little simpler. Because my level editor already has the ability to like take an enemy and take a thing, and like I can connect this guy's destroyed signal to this guy and activate him when he's destroyed. He'll be hidden, right? So now they're connected and I can visually see it. But this guy, this whole boss enemy is just one big entity in the game. It's not part of the level editor. That's one thing as far as the game is concerned. At least the level editor is concerned. I suppose I might... This gets complicated. I could put this base here as the boss and then use the level editor to attach things to it. And I could kind of compose the boss as I see fit in the level editor in the game itself. And then you can kind of design your own bosses even. That feels like scope creep. There's going to be all kinds of problems with doing that. Tons of problems with doing that. Because the way the level editor works, these are all siblings of each other. And the way the boss works is that they're children. That doesn't sound like a lot, but it's very, very complicated. It would change everything about how the level editor works. I can't do that. That would be crazy. This is crazy talk. So I need some kind of thing like this. But in the editor itself. Or maybe there's a new entity. Maybe I have a new entity type in here that's just like an area 2D. Area 2D, okay? So imagine I have an area 2D. And put it right here. This is my area 2D, and it has a collision shape. And it's a polygon, why not? And then this shape could be, how come that's not working? Could be something like that. Okay. And now I know when this shield goes down, every other thing in this area, when this guy gets extracted, when this reactor gets extracted, every other thing in this area's shield will go off. So I would just connect the signal here for this undock signal. I would connect it to the area. And then the area would have a method in it that goes, iterate all the shields in my area and turn them all off. That would be better. That would be better. I could even go one better than that and not even connect this signal here and just say, put a script on this area that says, look for things with an undock and dock signal in this region. And then connect yourself to that undocked signal. And then when the undocked signal happens, search all the enemy shields in your area. And if they have an off method, call the off method. And if they have an on method, when you dock, call the on method. And so all of the logic for all this connection and all of the docking and undocking, it would all be encapsulated in this guy, and I could make him a subscene of the boss, and all the rules and everything about how the shields are turned on and off would all be in here. And I could just change which things are affected by just changing the shape of the collision polygon. I think that's a good way to go. That would be a better way to go. And then as I add another thing, like I could just add another enemy here. And as long as he's in this area, that's it, I'm done. Add another enemy here, done. I don't need to write any code, don't need to change any code. I can move things around. This area will just take care of it. And if I want to put a guy here and I'm like, you know what, he really needs to be part of this, I can just stretch the collision polygon a little bit. Or you know what, this guy, he's actually going to be part of this reactor over here. So I'll just remove it. Right? And now the guy that's here wouldn't be affected by this reactor core. He would be affected by the reactor core over here somewhere. I think that would work. Yeah, I think that would work. And that would be clean and easy to understand. Hey, First Noir, thanks for the follow. Yeah. All right. How long have I been online? It's been 4 hours, guys. I'm starting to get a little bit of I can feel a headache coming on because I haven't had any caffeine yet. So what I'm going to do is, oh my God, look at this. Error calling method from signal. Docked. On platform docked. Method not found. Error calling method from signal. On platform docked. Method not found. But it's right there. I'm going to delete all this code anyway. It doesn't matter. Yeah, man, you're looking at it. You're looking at the visuals. That's him. This is the final art. Maybe I should draw some concept art for this. That's what I'll do. I'll draw a little concept art for this guy, and I'll post it up on Twitter. Maybe I'll post it up in the Discord. I'm sure I will. I'll post it up in the Discord, and we can all take a look. Max, you can give me your critique of what you think. The enemies in this game are supposed to be aliens. They are bug-like and mechanical. So imagine that. Imagine that here. Bug-like and mechanical all over the place here. Yeah, I'll do some concept art for this. I need to do that anyway at some point. I kind of can see it in my mind, but it's a little blurry. So this will help me figure out. And I need to do some experimentation too with like blending these legs in, because I almost want it to appear like, I don't want it to just look like these guys are stuck on here, you know. I want it to look like it's actually part of it. And oh, the other important thing is that I can't have this blue enemy on this. If this is the level 1 or the campaign 1 boss, it's got to be only the red enemies, and then campaign 2 boss can have a mixture of blue and red enemies, because the blue enemies haven't been introduced yet in the first campaign. But so I need to do some experimentation with the art here and see how I'm going to make these ports so that these things can plug in, so they look like they're really attached and not just, you know, decoupaged on hot glue and wire and duct tape. I like the scale. I do like the scale of him. I think he's 1280 by 720. That's how big he is. So that's like, that's how much of him shows up on the screen at one time. Can't see the whole thing at once in the game, which is cool. You have to fly all around him to get all the different reactor cores, and you're running out of fuel. I'm going to have a drone bay. Like, there'll be a drone bay and a drone bay, and the drone bays will be launching drones every once in a while. Choo, choo, choo. Choo, choo, choo. And what else? There's going to be missile launchers on it, heat-seeking missile launchers. There's going to be turrets all over it. And I don't know how many reactor cores. Maybe at least 3, maybe more. And then I want to do a big laser beam. So after you've gotten all the reactor cores off and you've destroyed all these little enemies, he's going to switch modes into this laser beam mode, and there'll be a big turret here and a big turret here, maybe 4 of them. And they're just going to be like, wah, kind of follow you. And they're going to have a huge amount of hit points. You have to destroy each of those. And then once it's fully disabled, I think it'll just explode. It'll explode. You'll get beamed out. You'll be the hero of the galaxy. Warp to the next sector. And money for nothing. A space steer. 3.4 release announcement made. Oh, I'm glad I downloaded it before they announced it. Yeah, you can get the release from GitHub as well. I'm sure they'll be back online very, very soon. So yeah, I think I'm gonna try that Area 2D thing. And this could even be, this doesn't have to be a polygon. It could be a collision shape of any kind. I could make these capsules or rectangles or circles. So I could do this. Right? And now those guys are all going to be, so these guys are all going to be affected by this one thing. So this reactor will affect everything in its area. Maybe this collision shape should be part of the platform. Like that. Well, if I did that, I don't think so. I don't think so, because if I did that, then I'd have to make this be editable children. Or add a bunch of export variables to control it from up here, like its size. I don't want to do that. Yeah, so I think I'll just have them separate. And I'll call these energy zones. Energy zone 1. And energy zone 1 will just keep a track on, it'll keep track of the reactor platforms in its area and the shields, the shielded enemies in its area. And when it detects that the reactor has been picked up, it will do something to all the shields. And if the reactor gets pulled back in, then it'll do something to the shields. The energy zone will manage all of that within its area. And I can put all the code in here so that this guy, so that I don't have to have any of this awfulness. And then, yeah, and then the energy zone can even trigger little special effects like sparks flying off of this thing or whatever. And then, of course, the shields itself, I need to redraw the enemy shields. I think they need to look different than the player shields. They're going to be a different color. They're going to look more menacing. They'll be red and spiky or wavy or something. And then when they deactivate, they'll burst in some way. And then when they're reactivated, they'll recoalesce in a different way than the player's shield does. And when you hit them, I want them to really like vibrate. Like when you're shooting them, they need to be like that'll be fun. God, there's so much work to do on this thing. I mean, it'd almost be, I wonder if it'd be simpler. Instead of composing him of these other entities, if I just pulled all the code for those entities into him and made just animations for all this stuff. I don't know. That seems like it would be harder. But it would be safer in a way because it'd be less side effects, less chance of affecting the functionality of this guy. I mean, that's kind of the point of the energy zone anyway, is that if I have all the code for the energy zone and doing all this stuff in here, then it doesn't affect, there wouldn't be any side effects on the platform or the reactor core or the mobile turret because the code is in the energy zone. And so if there's no energy zone, they just carry on doing what they were doing before. This is a different way of mitigating the side effects. And it makes it easier to work with as well. I'm just talking myself into this. I think this is the way I'm going to go. I'm going to try this first and see if it works. And see if there are non-obvious problems with doing it that way. In my mind, it seems like it'll be fine. Yeah. And then there could be another energy zone over here. Right, another energy zone up here. Ooh, he needs a unique. Right. Something like that. So I can have all these energy zones with different enemies, and as the player extracts the collision or extracts the reactors, the shields in that energy zone go down. He can kill the enemies, move on to another energy zone. Maybe even once all the enemies in an energy zone are destroyed, there's a reward, some fuel drops down. Because the player is going to be low on fuel, flying all around this thing, dodging bullets, using gas. And then the enemy, the boss itself, he's going to be changing direction too. So he may stop. He may start flying back towards the player. He may start, going up, down, left, right. He could speed up. He could slow down. Maybe he'll have a physical attack, like a ramming attack. He could stop, broadcast the ram, and then fire his thrusters. He'll have big engines all over the ship. You can see the thrusters fire up or hear them. Maybe he'll have a little, like, I do think I need some unique enemies on here. It can't all just be composed of things that you've already seen. It's got to be something new. I think maybe some tentacle arms that kind of float out here, and then if the player gets near them, maybe the tentacle will grab you, or maybe the tentacles will whip you, whoopsh, like some kind of melee attack. Whoopsh. Yeah. I think I'm still, these are all ideas. I'm still working on infrastructure for this thing. I want to implement the energy zones, see how that feels. I've got the beaming out of the reactor cores working well enough. I need to build in some kind of reward system. When you beam out one of the reactors, maybe some fuel appears. So there needs to be some way for the boss to reward you when you do good things. Once I have that basic infrastructure in place, then I'll be able to start experimenting with new things and fun things and start doing some animations on him. And just because I'm a glutton for punishment, I can't stand looking at this gray thing for much longer. So to motivate me to continue working on it, I'm probably going to draw something nicer here and put some visual effects on it, even though I know I'll have to just redraw them again later, over and over again. And it would be smarter to not draw anything until I know how it's all going to work. But I just can't. I just can't work on it if I don't like the way it looks. Every main object could have their own script for controlling those. I mean, that's kind of what I was doing initially. This platform knows how to control this reactor or this shield. But it becomes too cumbersome if I have 20 of these and 30 different shields. It's just a nightmare of code to try to maintain. So the energy zone will automate all of that. So the energy zone is going to be kind of complicated because it's going to have to iterate all the things in its area, figure out which ones are platforms, which ones are reactors, which ones are shields, keep lists of everything, make sure it doesn't try to activate something that's dead, detect when things are undocked from the platform or redocked to the platform, and do the right thing. It's going to have a lot of code in there, but I only have to write it one time. And no matter what enemies I add or which shields I add or how I move them around or which ones I delete and change around, I won't have to change any of that code ever again. That's my goal. So it's a little bit of more upfront work, I think, for better productivity in the long term. And then once I've built this, I can use the same system for the next boss or a similar system. It'll at least be one of the systems in the new boss. And then the second boss will have other stuff that it does as well that's unique. But I don't know. I may get through this a little bit and just say, you know what? I'm not going to do the boss like this. Instead, the boss isn't going to be composed of these things. He's just going to be, ooh, this is already making it, I just got shivers. Maybe the boss will just be a whole new type of enemy. He's not going to be composed of all these things. And he's just going to be big as hell. And he's going to do all this cool stuff. But it's just a regular enemy like any other enemy. And not be composed of sub things and shapes and energy zones. And, you know, I think that would simplify things quite a bit. And I may still end up going back that way. It depends. I think I'm going to try implementing the energy zone and see how that feels. I'm going to put some art on here and see how it looks. And if I'm not happy with it, I may just go and experiment the other way. In fact, I may experiment the other way anyway and just see which one I like better. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'm going to do it both ways and see which one I like better. This is why game development is not like other software development. Game development is totally different. This is an artistic process. I mean, I think all coding is pretty creative work. It is creative work. You're literally creating something from nothing. It's creative work. But this isn't writing a form on a web page. Yeah, I'm going to do it both ways. I think maybe I thought this would be easier to do it this way by composing it these pieces, because the pieces already have functionality that does cool stuff that I like. But in reality, getting all these component pieces to work together is very complicated. And maybe it's not worth the effort. Because if I did draw it as a whole new enemy, it would be more cohesive. It would feel more realistic. I could do different things with it that are maybe more interesting without having to fight so much. Yeah, I have to experiment with that and see. All right, everybody. Thanks for indulging me for the last 4.5 hours. Thanks for your help. One big enemy does seem cooler, doesn't it? We'll see. I need to draw some concept art and see how it's going to look. I mean, the look may determine how it works. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Thanks for dropping in. In case you don't know, the game is in early access right now. It is gravityace.com. Go there, click on all the things. If you want to continue talking to me, go ahead and join the Discord and hit me up and we can talk. We can chat about things. I'm happy to share how I do stuff. Otherwise, I will be back Monday morning and we will do probably 1 or 2 hour stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And then back again for a long stream next Saturday. Thanks for dropping in. Thanks for your help, everybody. Happy to see all the new faces. I wonder if there's somebody we should... Is there somebody we should raid, maybe? How many of us are there? Wow, there's almost 30 people here. Let's see if there's anybody we should raid. Maybe there's not. But maybe there is. Yeah, let's... You guys want to see paintball? Just suppose playing his old game. Paintball. Let's continue the Godot train. And go raid Jitspo. Here we go. Thanks, folks. See you on the other side. Oh, countdown 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.